Yo, 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 what's up? So we're currently in the process of implementing the visual generations for Creature, or more specifically the mesh and collider generation for the Creature. Very basic. So the mesh is just pick a random mesh out of these meshes, and collider is just create a box collider based on the bounds of this, pretty much. But this means that we can do some pretty cool stuff in the definition here for Creature. We can do body generation, and we have eye generation. Body generation has a mesh module and then a collider module, while eye generation has scale, position, material modules. I think it's starting to take shape, this system, but we still have quite a lot to do. So collider module is not quite done just yet, because we ran into a problem at the end of yesterday's stream, which I couldn't solve. And the problem is concerning this. So when we generate the colliders for these creatures right here, this is the collider we get. And that's not very good. And initially I thought it had to do with local position, world position, so object position, world position, and so on, but I don't think it does. So we can see here that we don't have any colliders, which means that we're getting the bounds from the renderers, so the mesh renderer. No idea why we have this. Let's start by printing so here we have the implementation. We just do add a box collider, then we get visual object bounds, get bounds local, visual object bounds dot center, visual object bounds size. And I was hoping that this would be it. Do we have something? Do we have a problem with the origin? I don't think we do. But actually, that's something we might want to check out. Could be a scale issue as well, but I don't think so. If we get a new bounce, it should be at 0, 0, 0 with a size of 0, I think. When does this one update? Local bounce, that's... I didn't even know we had this one. So... let's just try and do... let's try this solution instead. If this doesn't work, I think it's probably because we instantiate the renderer and the bounds might not have been updated just yet. So I wonder if we want to do something with sync renders. I'm pretty sure. Can we do... we might need to rely on something else. I wonder why this is. Let's try and do this then. I just want to make sure. wire mesh, wire cube. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Just want to see how this looks. Are you serious? Hmm. Okay, this is weird. What's up, Eve Snow? What am I missing here? Why are we getting these bounds? Hmm. Jack of all, is it tied to creature visual object script? Yeah, all of these, it's the mesh render in the visual objects I do want to render. So I pretty much just want to take the bounds of the mesh render and render it in gizmos, and that's what we're doing. But why would the bounds look like this? We try and do it both with world space bounds and local bounds. Local are blue and world space are green. It's pretty fucking straightforward, if you ask me, and I don't see... It could be this one, actually. Now we should be able to do this. Actually, I'm just gonna do this to make sure. I wanna see if... so I'm gonna do this. Otherwise... Okay, so we just check, do we have a render component on this object? If we do, draw the bounds. Draw them both in local space or object space and in world space. It might be... That's my only guess I have right now, that I'm doing something wrong with this one. Okay, this is good. This is good. It's still honestly a little bit bigger than I'd expect. It's rotated. Okay, I get it, I get it. Okay, but that's great. Yo, what's up, Apukas? So this looks beautiful. So what am I doing wrong with these then? Because oh, I see the colliders are slowly getting in place. Yes, indeed they are. Still wondering why. So right now we know that if we get the renderer like this and draw the bounds like this, then we don't have any issues. But if we get the bounds using get bounds and get bounds local, that's when we're having problems. And I wonder if it's because of this one. I don't think it should be. If colliders isn't null and we have colliders, return those bounds. Otherwise, if renderers, return those. Otherwise, just return a new bound. Is it this one? I can see this being a problem in world space, right? But it shouldn't be a problem in local space. One sec. Okay, so I've been doing this under the assumption that a new bounce like this is at position 000 with a size of 000, which means that this is, we can't do this because then we're going to include world origin. But in local, we should definitely be able to do this, shouldn't we? Okay. Yeah, maybe it's this that is the problem. Let's try then. Color blue, draw wire cube. Doesn't look very local to me. Get all the bounds in renderers. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Okay, I just want to try, let's do... Fucking hell. It's not enough to name it local bounds, we actually have to get the local bounds as well. Okay, let's try this one. And then the problem with the world is because we create it by 0.000. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, we actually have the correct colliders as well. Yes, yes, yes. For this one as well. Okay, beautiful. Where do we have our... There we have it. Okay, great. Wonder why these are rotated the wrong way for this one. It works for some, breaks for some. These we haven't... Does it break for them because they are spawned? Inside of each other? Well, we still have an issue here. I find this one to be extremely weird. Why are these rotated the wrong way, but only for this one? Definitely something. Wait, is it because of initial rotation? That would suck. It might very well be, actually. Yeah, it is. It is. Because we use... position module. Because we use a mesh here. We just use this mesh and then we do it in... We don't take into account the rotation of this one. We just use the default rotation and positioning. I mean, it's good to know, but it's not that important. I'm pretty sure... would like to fix it. I mean, the idea is when we spawn a new creature in this world, we spawn it at some position. I don't know. Somewhere not visible. That should be the initial position. Rotation is going to be identity. So it should be okay. But still. Okay. Okay, this is good. Although I do want to fix a few things. I want to draw this as well. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do get... We are gonna do get bounds OS, get bounds VS, get all bounds VS, get all bounds OS. So here we can do this, but we can't do it here. So so here instead we're gonna do new bounds transform dot position 0. Just to make it look a little bit prettier, we might as well do nah. We can do it like this. Get bounds. Oh, okay. So I don't think we need to do sync renders. We don't need to do this at least. Don't we have local bounds here? But actually, now when I think about it, hmm. Hmm. Okay, so we're gonna have to do something a little bit extra here, I guess. Fuck it, let's just do this for now. Okay, I want to see if this works now. There we have it. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. Generation module mesh. Yeah, I'm gonna commit this, and then we're gonna fix so that positioning and stuff like that works with our other mesh. So I'm talking about creature stand base 01. And then when we have that in place, we're gonna move on to this. So yesterday we touched on this. I have a little bit of a, like, the end goal for this stone creature is to actually have a totally procedurally generated body as well. So I'm thinking about trying and generate it by just a repetitive bisect on a spherical model, pretty much. I want to see if we can manage to do that. Would be very cool. But okay, let's see. And finally, we have these two. Okay, then we have those in place. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning, good morning. Been a while indeed. Hope everything is good with you. Okay, I want to clean up. Definition here. I'm wondering about this generation mesh here. I think I want to have this mesh somewhere else. I think we want to... Currently, it's only the position module that uses it. So I think for now we're gonna hide it in position module, and then I want to cache it as well. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna move generation mesh into position module here, I think. If we do that, then we can make the ice or the emeralds generate in the correct way for this stone as well. PG King, everything is indeed good. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Been on... I've been on quote-unquote vacations at my parents', but it was actually manual work all day. Hey, that's one type of vacation, I guess. Fucking hell, I love manual work, actually. Like, the feeling when you get to bed in the evening after a whole day of manual work, it's amazing. But yeah, doing manual work for a living, probably not as nice. Yeah, let's move it. So we send in a mesh parser here. Additional transform constraints, and we're gonna do and here we are gonna have, oh, actually, yeah, we can't do, I think we're gonna do this position generation setup, and here we are gonna do GK. I'm not a manual person at all, but it's nice to do sometimes. And at the end of the day, I'm so tired that I sleep amazing. Yeah, that's what I mean. PG King, how about you? What's going on since 2 weeks? I'm still grinding. We have started moving into more and more. We start implementing the creature generation, which have been quite fun so far. I think we're gonna go real deep with it. So right now we're still doing it pretty basically, or in a basic manner. Very modular, just instantiating prefabs and positioning them. But later today, I think we're gonna do some procedural mesh generation as well. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this: serialize field, private mesh, position generation mesh. And then we're gonna do position transform. Here we're gonna do if this one is null. Oh, one sec, mesh parser. Active. Yeah. So basically what I want to do is, if this one isn't instantiated, we want to instantiate it using this one. Or I guess we're going to do it like this then. Active mesh parse is equal to this one. If equals to null, then we check if position generation mesh is not equal to null, we do something, else we do something else. Yo, what's up, Fadavi? So we do it like this. If this one is null and this one is null, i.e. we don't have anything here, then we do, actually I'm gonna do this. Create a visual object. We could have a skinned mesh renderer. Skin mesh renderer with a mesh, or a mesh filter with a mesh. Could we have multiple meshes? Not on this visual object here, I don't think. But we care about the children's renderers here as well. Maybe that's not the best way to do it. Or it might be a little bit irrelevant, at least in our mesh case here. Can we do get component in children? We have shared mesh. And maybe we want to return shared mesh here as well. Not entirely sure. Or actually, else if we can do this, right? Fuck it. Yo, what's up, Harry Heath? If visual object get mesh is mesh. Is that how we do it? Thank you, appreciate it. And then we take active mesh parser here and here. Okay. So we can specify a mesh here. We're gonna have multiple classes calling this or executing this one. So we cache it. So when we have, if we have a mesh here, we only create this mesh parser based on this mesh once, and then we reuse it. So when we're going to calculate a random transform on a mesh, we check, do we have a position generation mesh parser? If not, we check if we have a mesh here. If we do, we create a mesh parser out of it, and that's our active mesh parser. If we don't, we check if visual object has a mesh. If it does, we create the active mesh parser from that. But we don't set this one here, because if we get the mesh parser from the visual object itself, it's probably going to vary between generations. So then we just do this, otherwise we return false. We can't apply this module. Then we get a random polygon on the mesh, and then we get a random vertex on the polygon. And then we have a local position. And if we have no polygon boundary protrusion, then we check if the polygon is... Oh yeah, fuck yeah, we just check the... we just check it as a sphere here. Oh, this is something I wanted to fix as well. Whatever we spawn here, So basically, generation module position, we can think of it as, let's see here. We use it for generating the ice or pretty stones. And they have a circular collider, but not all prefabs are going to have a circular collider. So is sphere within? Maybe we want to do something else here. Okay, and then I want to clean up. So I don't want to have generation mesh here. If we could get rid of this one as well, it would be extra nice. Oops. Okay, let's see if this still works. I reckon it will take a little bit longer now, because we're gonna make multiple mesh parsers. But let's see here. So in body generation here, we generate, or we choose one of two meshes. And then in eye generation here, in position module, we're gonna leave this one empty. So the idea is that it's gonna use... Fuck, that's true. So currently it would be using this mesh. We want it to use this mesh. Okay. Is it parent mesh we want to... Yeah, okay. Is that weird? Then we can't rely on this. Oh, fuck. I screwed up. Yeah, I guess we could We could make parent into a visual object as well. Most of the time, if not every time, it will be a creatures.visual object. Yeah, I think that might be a better option, although I wonder... Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? How is the kid in the wasteland with his army of rockers doing? Pretty good. And how about you, Cooler SK? How are you doing? How is this Tuesday treating you so far? So I wonder here, we do body generation, then we probably want to do the eye generation on the body, and if, yeah, that's what we want to do. And if we do it on the body, then we can use the parent transform here. That's probably what we want to do for all of these if this one is empty. I just made a little bit of a mistake previously. So I wonder if the name here, maybe this is what we want to name the node as well. So that when we generate I generation here, we do parent name, we can set this one here. And if we want to dive into like editing the Unity editor UI, we can make the relationship a little bit cleaner eventually. So I'm wondering, like, instantiate visual object, visual object prefab. CoolRSK, quiet and slow. I did log out the old washing machine this morning. Oh, that's a workout. That is definitely a workout. I thought we had name here, but maybe we don't. Is it weird to do it by name like this? Okay, let's do like this. Can we do it like this? I want to try this. See if it works. We can't run it just yet, but soon. But soon, hopefully. So we do just call this one body. Parent name, nothing. And then we do I. Parent name. I wonder what happens when we have multiple of the same name. It finds the first, but then we do parent name body. Hopefully. And then maybe we can do... Now finally we do, instead of doing visual object get mesh, we do parent get mesh. This one we need to fix as well. Okay, let's see if we play now what happens. Do we get anything? How long does it take? And yeah. Takes it time, we get some issues. Okay, and that's good. Let's quit it. The only problem so far is that this one is marked as read write. Okay, let's see what we have now. This is not good at all. God damn, that took some time, huh? Why? Oh, I might know, actually. Creature definition. Max number of rejection 10. Max number of rejection 10. But still, that was rough. So a lot of the eyes, if not all of the eyes, are probably going to be rejected on this one. Now we have them placed in a good way, though. I wonder if we got an error as well. We're going to check that one out. Do we have... I'm starting to think that it's not possible to... I don't think it's possible to spawn eyes on this one because we count every triangle here. Every triangle on this one is its own section pretty much, I think. Because of... So when we transform the triangles of the mesh to polygons, we do it so to be able to like take... When we flood fill and find triangles that are similar and make them into a polygon, we do it if the normal does not differ more than 10 degrees. Although two neighboring triangles here shouldn't probably not differ that much. So maybe we'll have to debug this one. Just to make sure. Because I'm not seeing any spawns up here. No, I don't. And I think that's what takes the most time when we are generating the mesh parser. So I want to try and do But look at this. This is pretty cool. Creature, stand, body, and then we get eye. A nice little hierarchy. So what was the error about? Okay. Okay. So I want to try and do... Okay. So let's see what happens if... Fuck, the time it took, though. It's definitely rough. But let's see what happens if we do... Mesh parser 10. What if we change it to 20? Okay, I know one thing we can probably do. To speed it up a bit. Because even though we upload or offload it to a secondary thread, I don't want it to take this long. In fact, I wonder why we don't get any spawns on this one. See if our mesh parser tester still works. Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. This is still extremely bad, I think. I mean, this is okay. And I don't know what's going on here. This one looks good. Yeah, this one up here is pretty weird. But even if it looks like this, we should still be seeing a spawn here, shouldn't we? Huh. I think this split we get here is from... yeah, I don't think we can do anything about that. This split is weird, though. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, too bad I don't remember what it was. But we did something. We did something with this one to make it work better for this purpose. Hmm. I tried to watch the VOD. What I changed. But I couldn't see it. Mm, 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 mm. No, I wonder if it was something related to, let's just do import here. Calculate. Wonder if it was something related to that we did in Blender. Let's take a look. Okay, the good thing is that we're not gonna have this problem when we generate the mesh in game, but still, this bothers me because we might have a creature where we don't. So I really need to get to the bottom of this. Talking about this one right here. I'm talking about this and this. All of the polygons looks pretty good. Yeah, this is probably not preferable either, but yeah, we're never gonna get an eye here if we keep this shape. Keep quads. Okay, we're gonna wait with this one. I can probably go back and check the VOD as well. So we had the same problem with this model when we did mesh parser tester. But we fixed it by fiddling with the settings eventually. But okay, yeah, it's taking a little bit longer as well when we generate these creatures. And one of the reason is that we don't cache this one at all. And that might be for the... that's probably not for the better. But like, this means that when we generate the eyes, for instance, we instantiate an eye, and then we try to apply this position module. And the eyes are generated with the parent mesh. So every time we try and apply the position to an eye, or we want to calculate the position for the eye, we do new mesh parser. Every time. So I'm thinking we're gonna fix this a little bit. We're gonna check yeah, we're gonna change the order here. I think we're gonna check, first of all, we're gonna check if we have this one. And then we check this. If we don't have it, we create it. If we don't have this one, we're gonna check, we're gonna get the mesh like this. And well, first of all, we're gonna see if this one is instantiated. If it is, we get the mesh like this, and we check if both have the same mesh. Probably want to compare shared mesh. I don't think we change it though. Okay, so I think we're gonna do this as if position generation mesh is not equal to null, then we do something else. We do something else. If position generation, yep, is not equal to, or we just do it like this. Otherwise, if position generation mesh parser if it's equal to null or position generation mesh parser dot. Yeah, here we need to change mesh parser when we create a new mesh. We want to do not equal to. Like, we can just do it like this then. Okay, so this means that we will reuse it at least a bit more than we did previously. Fuck, we don't even need to do this. Hmm. Yeah, let's see if it's a bit quicker. We haven't taken the time or anything like that, so but I think we should notice it. Or I hope. It's pretty fucking slow. I think it's quicker though. I'm a little bit frustrated that we can't get eyes on this area right here. Oh my god, this one is pretty... Huh. If we were only generating These two, this one would look pretty cool, I think. That's a creature-ish. I love procedural generation. Just gonna take a quick snapshot of this one. That's not good. Is it the same for these? Or I probably fucked up. At a previous point. But it's pretty cool, isn't it? Yo, what's up, Hypnotic Games? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. I mean, it looks okay. Hypnotic Games made it before ads hit. I hope they still haven't hit. Okay, but this is one step towards... or one step closer at least. Hypnotic Games, how is the game? We're moving forward, or we're making progress at a steady pace. Trying to get some procedural generation in place for my creatures this time around. And I know calling them creatures might be a little bit too optimistic. They're pretty much just stones with some nice crystals right now, but it's gonna look better in the future, or real soon, I hope. That's the goal, at least. Okay, it's a little bit quicker. I just want to check one thing. I'm gonna do... I actually want to debug here. I want to see how often do we reset this one. Hypnotic Game stones can be creatures, golems at least. Yeah, that's pretty much the mindset I'm trying to have. Because I think this is the most costly part of these generations. And yeah, I know, I've said multiple times that we're gonna offload the procedural generation to a secondary thread. But I still want the time to be reasonable. So let's just double check this one. Hmm. Way too long. But we only... Mesh parser created. We only get it 3 times and it still takes this long. That is pretty insane. Hypnotic Games, I must run to bed though. Thank you once again for raid, appreciate it. And yeah, the end goal is that they will become somewhat aware, but appreciate it. We only create this one 3 times. That's pretty good. But still it takes this long. Yeah, okay. This mesh is pretty... This one has a lot more triangles than the previous one. If we could simplify it though, that would be nice. Let's see. 550 triangles. 90 triangles, yes. Yeah, that is going to take its time. Definitely. Actually, I think it's fixed now. If we take a look at this one, we can see that the polygon lines looks pretty good. It's just this one basically I'm a little bit unsure about. Okay, I don't really know if we can optimize it to be quicker here. It's not the mesh parser creation that takes time, at least. And also, I'm still not sure why we're not getting any spawns here. Must be doing something wrong. If we do, I'm just gonna try. If we spawn these and we allow for protrusion in here, position module, I think it's this one, yeah. What happens then? It's way quicker for one. That's good. And we do get stones on top of the head, right? Okay, that's pretty... Fuck, it looks pretty good. I think it looks very good. With these. Okay, we're gonna see why protrusion makes it impossible for these stones to spawn on top here. But before we do that, I'm gonna need to run AFK. I'm gonna make myself a new cup of coffee. So, be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, backstory about that. So, for some reason, if we allow for boundary protrusion, then we can spawn eyes on this spherical area on the top here. If we don't, we're not able to. We can double check if it's maybe we have just been extremely unlucky. But I think there's some other reason. But then again, if we take a look at this one, it should be okay. So this is how it looks. One second. We could have been extremely unlucky. Like, if this is how it looks, or if this is how the polygons are defined, then if we spawn an eye on one of these lines, it's protruding with this setup. But I don't see, we should have had a few here. Let's try and get to the bottom of it. First of all, I'm gonna do, I think we can start by doing, let's take the definition here and let's change the scale a bit. So we scale up to 0.2. Let's make this one a little bit smaller, or half size. And let's see if we get any. Oh, I forgot to remove the protrusion as well. Yeah. It looks pretty cool. Like looking at this makes me want to do some type of spider creature and just randomize a few of these close together, so we get something that looks like this. I think it would look pretty cool. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Let's quit this one and change position module and do no polygon protrusion. So it's gonna take a little bit longer, but not that much longer actually. And we can see here that we don't get any, we only have 2 stones of this type, but we don't get any stones on the top of them. And I think that is, that's not good. Okay, so let's get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna commit this as well, but I don't want to lose this train of thought here. So it's inside here. Is sphere within? Okay, so this one fails for some reason. makes me wonder if this one are nah, it's not because of this. It's something here. Let's take a look. Is sphere within, we do plane point per edge, we do plane point. We create a plane in the center of the edge. And then we take plane normal is edge tangent. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm worried about this one. It could be. Like, do I want to draw this? Maybe. Yeah, it would be nice. We could paint it or visualize it using planes. Because what I would like, if we take a look at this one here, polygon lines are these, and then we create, yeah, we create a lot of planes here. Yeah, we probably get in its infinite size planes as well. It's a little bit of a, maybe it's a bit too simplified. So for instance, if we create, if we have a point here, yeah, we have this polygon, we're probably gonna get, it's gonna be outside here. Okay. Yeah, it's quick, but there's really no reason to do it with infinite planes like this, I reckon. Then again, we don't want this to be sphere only. I think we eventually want to use colliders here. So yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. I'm not entirely sure I want to do this with ray casting. Let's take a look. Basically, we have X lines, and we want to check if any of those intersects a collider, or is within a collider, actually. And yeah, I mean, could do it with this direction, origin, infinite line. Or we could do another penetration test. Or just a line cast. But I would love to be able to do a collider specific line cast. That would be sick. And it's pretty weird. Collider Unity, Linecast. Yo, what's up, Samsmite? I accidentally created a mesh with 200 million vertices last night. God damn. That's probably gonna be me in a few days as well. Don't you just hate when it happens? I remember, I think it was earlier this year, I made something very similar. I was streaming and I accidentally changed a shader property that controlled a convolution matrix size, and my whole computer just died instantly. 20 gigabytes as well, god damn. Now that's a big mesh. It would be so nice with Linecast, but we don't need to check it with every collider. We just want to do it with one collider. Sounds like maybe I can use that in 20 years with proper hardware. Like, it should exist hardware today, right? That could handle that. Um, yeah, I don't want to filter it with layer mask. Specific collider. Use collider raycast. Yeah. End minus start. Oops. Yeah, and then we do raycast with a maximum length. Is this costly? No, it should be fine. Right? Don't want to use layer mask. Don't want to do a... Okay, we're gonna... Fastest. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Because then I'm thinking of doing... one sec. Okay, we know that our point is within this polygon. Okay, so let's see here. What happens if one uses the raycast approach and both the start and end of the ray is within the collider? Hmm. I don't want to do bounds contains. But. Because I was thinking maybe we could do. Okay, yeah. I wonder how costly this is. Let's see. So what I want to do is public bool is collider within collider. Yeah, that's all we need. And then we do if collider dot closest point. Fuck, it's gonna look like this. So, okay, for each edge in boundary edges, if collider dot closest point edge v1 is equal to return, then we're inside the collider, so false. If we just do the same, but v2, maybe we actually want to put this one in, fuck, do we want to put it in an edge? Public bool is secting collider. Okay, so we do this and then we check a collider.raycast. We don't need to normalize this one, do we? Okay, let's do it anyway. I don't really care about this one, I don't think. If we collide with anything, this one returns true. Can we do? Oh. So we do this and we just return this. So if the start point is within the collider or the end point is within the collider, or the edge intersects with the collider, is intersecting collider, and then in polygons is collider within, if edge dot is intersecting collider, return false, otherwise return true. That's all we need to do, isn't it? Let's try it. So that means that in fact, now I started changing stuff without committing this. What have you changed? Cleaned this one up, cleaned it up, cleaned it up. We moved this one into here, yeah. Okay, let me just commit this before we start using our new collision. So this one is going to be so much nicer. First of all, it's not going to be sphere dependent. So this one. It's still a rejection based. But a much nicer. We do the rejection based on more specific data. But let me just commit this real quick. Do we have here? Yeah, this one. Anything here? Yeah, we're going to commit this one as well. And this one as well. Yeah, we're just going to commit. Yeah. All of this, mesh parser. I need to add mesh parser as well. And the main reason for this commit is that we moved mesh parser from visual generator, yeah, to into the module. So move mesh parser from visual generator to generation module position. related to 201. Okay, now we can test this one. So now we have polygon is collider within. Yeah, let's try it. So it's here, no polygon boundary protrusion. And instead, I think we're just gonna do, see here, we're gonna do for each collider in visual object dot. Don't we have private get bounds? Polygon dot is collider within. And then we do if this one return false, is collider within collider polygon. We might want to rename those methods and stuff, but we'll see. And return false. Yeah, let's try it. I wonder how long this is going to take this time around. Not too long. We don't have any issues, any errors, but I can see here that I fucked up in some way. First of all, what the fuck? We now have intersections like this. That's weird. And we also have protrusion. Yeah, we're gonna have to check the edges. They might be defined in object space, actually. That would suck, but we'll see. This one is what I'm what I worry about the most, I think. So when we did plane point, lerp, plane and normal. Yeah, I'm wondering if edge is definitely defined in object space. I don't think collider is. So unfortunately, I think we need to do vector 3 v1 world space. So we do this, we transform it to world space, and then we compare. Fuck it. Hmm? That's just a compiler issue, isn't it? The fuck? Come on, man. Mm-hmm. I see protrusion. Fuck me still. Okay, this is a little bit weird. Let me show you. So we have this as private. We can still do this, okay? We can no longer do this. That's okay. We're just going to do this time around. So now I think we're not going to get any overlapping visual objects because now, for some reason, this works, the compute penetration. But if we make this one public, then this one fails. So we don't have any overlaps at all now. Pretty good. I'm so... Like, why? How can we do this one? This. Do mono behavior have colliders? It has to be that. Hmm. Is this some issue with serialized field? Why can we access this one? What am I missing? We can't access this one, but we can access this one. How does that make sense? Okay, we can access this one as well. Have I just misunderstood something extremely basic? Mm. Okay, so my question now is, why does this one fail? Or if we make this one public get, or maybe, okay, let's do this again, and then we try. So now we don't have any boundary protrusion tests. Look at this, now we get overlap here, right? We make it private and then we don't. Oh, I don't know. So fucking weird. Isn't it? Hmm. Hmm. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Get bounds, get all bounds, get all bounds. Let's do public colliders. So let's try and use this one instead in here. So we shouldn't have any overlap, and we shouldn't have any protrusion, I don't think. That's what I'm hoping for. It's definitely taking its time in such a way that it's doing something at least. Hmm. How the fuck? Okay. So for each collider in visual object get colliders. Should only be one. Yeah, one. If is collider within. For each edge in boundary edges, edge is intersecting collider. If it is, we return false. And here we do v1, v2. We transform those to world space, because I think we need it in world space when we do closest point. The closest point on a collider return in world space coordinates. One second. So since we're spawning 0 eyes, I'm guessing this one returns true every time for some reason. For some reason. I'm wondering. Yeah, I don't see it. It's weird that all of them return false here, I think. Could it be? Oh, that feels weird. All of them fails as well. Like, I'm wondering if we need to sync the box collider, if it's that type of problem again. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe, because we sync them later on. Fuck. Okay, let's see if it's those that fails or the raycast. Or both. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. One sec. What are we doing here? These ones are in object space. If location. Uh, if location is in the collider, the closest point is inside. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, I did. It's not the collider transform we want to use to transform point to world space. Hmm. Polygon is collider. Honestly weird that we made this work. But then again, one sec. Yeah, this is local position. When we get a random point on polygon, vertex position is in object space. Pretty sure we don't want to do this. This is in local space related to the mesh that was used to build this mesh parser. Collider is in world space. Collider is in world space, but we can't use this one. Gonna have to use... Yeah, I wonder if we need to send in polygon. Is collider within? Let's just try. Maybe. That looks pretty fucking good. That's beautiful. Huh. Nice. Nice. Okay, nice. Just want to clean this up a bit. Collider parent transform is collider within. And then we're seeing collider that is in world space. And we have a polygon that is defined by mesh parser. So I think we're actually gonna do edge. We're gonna change this one to a matrix 4x4. Local to world. And then when we send it in here, is collider within. Can we get mesh parser? Mesh parser, mesh parser, mesh parser. So when we create the mesh here, we want to create some primitives, relationships, and transforms. We want to have private or public. Fuck, it's not. That's true. It's not the mesh parser that has it. Mesh parsers shouldn't know anything about world. Parent definitely does. Yeah. Yeah, let's rename it local to world matrix. Okay, something like this. Let's see if it still works. Pretty good. Hmm. Yeah, like this is so much better. Way, way, way better than the previous check. So let's commit this. And then I'm starting to think that it might be time. I'm not gonna have time to do it today, but tomorrow, first thing, to implement this one. Let's see, parent name, max number of rejections. I think so. I would like to fix this one, I think. Or clean it up. Okay, let's commit this one. Improve boundary protrusion check. Improve polygon protrusion check in position module. Oh, what's up, Harukanan? I'm trying to think if there's anything else at this point, or if the next thing is to start generating meshes from procedural generation. Society of High Sciences, what's up, what's up? Now just playing around with some procedural generation for some creatures of ours. Look at this constraint right here. It's pretty damn close. I want to play around with, I know that we did something with this texture, like having this texture within these. And I mean, the visual result was okay. I just didn't like it that much for small objects like this. But something I would love to try is just changing this texture to like bubbles. So it looked like bubbles in here. Together with the shader we built, that might actually look pretty damn cool. And I want to try that eventually. Society of High Sciences, isn't that like an algorithm that morphs over time or per generation? Yeah, pretty much. So these creatures here, we want to generate them differently depending on a seed we give them. And I mean, it's pretty basic. We just randomize between two different base meshes, and then we generate a couple of these and randomize the position and color and stuff like that. But tomorrow we're gonna try and implement a procedurally generating this mesh. Instead of importing it from Blender, we're gonna procedurally generate it. But yeah, I think this is a perfect point to quit for today. I need to run in 5 minutes anyway. But so we have a pretty basic, robust, modular procedural generation system in place. Now I want to, like tomorrow, we're going to implement a mesh generation algorithm based on, we're pretty much just going to generate a base mesh and then we're going to bisect it randomly a few times, and that's going to be our resulting stone base model, which we feed to our other modules, and eventually we get something like this. That's the idea, at least. So yeah, we're gonna implement another way to do this module, mesh module. We're gonna split it into two different modules. One that just picks a random mesh from a list of meshes, and one that actually generates a mesh depending on some setup. But yes, happy with the results so far. Very happy. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and have a great rest of today, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Peace.